to the Vice Chancellor, Professor Puleng LenkaBula, Principal and Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa. My name is Nontsikelelo Sisulu. I'm the Head of Department at Gauteng Community Safety, and I'm hoping you will all assist me in keeping Gauteng safe. But for today, I am the Program Director for the 25th official Feroza Adam Memorial Lecture. And so I'm very honored indeed to direct the program and also welcome. I always feel like I should say Auntie Feroza. I know, you know, when your elders are amongst you, you always kind of sort of feel like, so but allow me to then say, to welcome Feroza Adam's brother. As a family member, thank you for being here, Mr. Wahid Adam, and you will unfortunately be always known as the brother. You'll let us know at some other time at networking what else you do. I'd like to welcome the members of the university, the executives, and the extended management of the University of South Africa. I'd like to welcome and extend a very special welcome to our esteemed keynote address, Me Gloria Tomato Seroka, Serobe, why get Seroka? Serobe, our co-founder, you can tell that to my mom, the co-founder of Wiphold, which is the Women Investment Portfolio Holdings. And thank you to Professor Kanyisile Mbata, who's really been very gracious in welcoming us and having us here, the chairperson of Unisa Women as Forum, and all the women who have been here have been very quite pleased to welcome, to introduce themselves as part of the Women's Forum. And we'd like to welcome all the members of the Unisa Women's Forum, the EXCO members that are here as well. Mem Togo Mpumlwane, the chairperson of South African Women in Dialogue Trust, and the guests from South African Women in Dialogue, the Young Women in Dialogue as well. And I'd like to also say to Ms. Linda Naiker, who's from the Unisa Research Institute of Theology and Religion. She will soon come on stage to help us with a time of meditation as we prepare for our session today. And obviously, we'd like to say to our discussants, Ayanda Mvimbi from UN Women, South African Multi-Country Office, and of course to Susan Tolman from Gender Links. We're looking forward to those discussions, and Ms. Queen Manamela from Unisa, the National Student Representative Council, NSRC, and most importantly, our nominees and those who nominated them today. So we're looking forward for you being awarded essentially under this very precious and diligent, legendary name of a very dedicated servant of our country, Me Feroza Adam. So we look forward to the nominees and those who will be awarded today receiving these members. To the members of the media that are here present, we thank you for your presence. To our esteemed guests and members of the audience, but ladies, gentlemen, and to those who are gender non-conforming, a very good morning to you. Today we gather under the theme, the government of national unity as an instrument to achieve gender equality. And of course, it goes without saying that once you come together in our diversity, as we always say, as women and as government and political parties, as well as civil society, we're always gathered in our diversity, and in doing so, gender equality becomes central as enshrined in our Constitution, and the only way to do it is to ensure that government itself is an instrument thereof. If government doesn't allow and provide the platform, the policies, the programs, and the framework from which we can work, even our work at a regional, continental, as well as a global level, will not be supported and founded. But through the government of national unity, we do hope they will lead accordingly so that we know that we are indeed led in such a way that we will achieve gender equality. And for today, I'd like to then welcome, to start us off, Linda Nyker for a meditation session, please. Thank you.
The Principal and Vice Chancellor of Unisa, Professor Puleng LenkaBula, Professor Nkosi, Dean of the College of Human Sciences at Unisa, the Chief Director at the Department of Women, Children and People with Disabilities, Ms. Sisulu, the Chair of SAWID Trust, Ms. Mpulwana, the brother of Feroza Adams, Mr. Wahid Adams, co-founder of Women Investment Portfolio Holdings, Dr. Serobe, Chair of Unisa's Women's Forum, Prof. Mbata, the Deputy Chair of Unisa's Women's Forum, Dr. Danke, esteemed guests and honorees. Good morning. I also bring you warm greetings from the Research Institute of Theology and Religion at Unisa and the Circle of Concerned African Women Theologians. It is both a privilege and profound honor to stand before you during this significant gathering where we come together not only to honor remarkable women, but also to reflect on the deeper truths that bind us all. As we celebrate the life and legacy of Feroza Adams and the achievements of women during this International Women's Month, let us take a moment to consider the spirit of courage, resilience, and compassion that defines our collective journey. Today, I want to share a Franciscan blessing that calls us to embrace discomfort, anger, tears, and foolishness in our quest for justice and peace. Each of these elements is not just a sentiment, but a call to action, a reminder that our shared humanity is rich with both challenge and hope. Bless us with discomfort, O God. The first blessing invites us to embrace discomfort. We live in a world filled with easy answers and half-truths, where superficial relationships often take the place of deep connection. In our academic and professional pursuits, it can be tempting to seek out comfort and familiarity, to find solace in the status quo. Yet, discomfort can be a profound teacher. It nudges us to dig deeper, to question our assumptions, and to confront the uncomfortable realities that many face. As we honor the contributions of the remarkable women being recognized today, let us remember the challenges they overcame, challenges that often emerged from discomfort. These women have faced barriers not only for themselves, but for all of us. They have broken through ceilings and shattered stereotypes, reminding us that growth often arises from unease. We may be blessed with discomfort that leads us to explore the depths of our hearts and minds, to nurture genuine connection and foster understanding across diverse experiences. Bless us with anger, O God. The second blessing is one that resonates in our times. A blessing of anger at injustice. Injustice abounds from gender inequalities. To racial discrimination, from economic disparity to systemic oppression. It is vital that we do not shy away from our anger and harness it as a catalyst for change. Let us remember the words and actions of those who have come before us, advocates, activists, and allies who use their anger not to incite division, but to ignite the flames of justice. As we acknowledge the honorees today, let us be inspired by their stories of courage in the face of adversity. May we be blessed with the righteous anger that compels us to stand up against oppression, advocate for freedom, pursue peace, not just for ourselves, but for all of us. Bless us with tears, O God. The third blessing calls us to shed tears for those who suffer. In a world rife with pain, injustice, and starvation, it can be easy to become desensitized to the suffering around us. Let our tears remind us of our capacity for empathy and compassion. They connect us to the stories of those in need and urges us to take action. Let us honor not just the achievements of women, but also the struggles of those whose voices remain unheard. As we gather to celebrate, may we also commit ourselves to reaching out to those who suffer, offering our hand to comfort and our hearts to share. May our tears be a source of strength, propelling us to turn pain into joy, not just for ourselves, but for others too. Bless us with foolishness, O God. Finally, the blessing of foolishness encourages us to believe that we can make a difference. This is a call to resist cynicism and apathy, to embrace the belief that every action counts, no matter how small. Throughout history, countless women have defied the odds, pursuing dreams that others deemed impossible. Let us remember that the journey of empowerment begins with one single step, one act of courage, one voice raised in protest, one commitment to uplift others. May we be blessed with the audacity to dream, the courage to act, and the faith to believe that we can create a better world, even when others say it cannot be done. As we gather here today, let us take these blessings to heart. May we emerge from this event not only inspired, but also eager to make meaningful changes in our communities and the world at large. I now invite you to join me in a moment of reflective prayer. Let us pray. Divine Creator and merciful God, we gather in your presence with gratitude for this opportunity to celebrate the incredible contributions of women in our lives and in our communities. We thank you for the gift of discomfort that challenges us to grow, for the anger that stirs us to seek justice, for the tears that remind us of our shared humanity, and for the foolishness that empowers us to believe in the impossible. May we be instruments of your peace and love, standing firmly against injustice and oppression. Grant us the courage to lift up those who suffer, to listen to their stories, and to extend our hand in compassion as we honor remarkable women today. May their achievements inspire us all to pursue justice, freedom, and equity. Help us to remember that our actions, however small, can create ripples that lead to profound change and transformation. In the spirit of unity and hope, we pray that we can all be a blessing to one another and to the world. Amen. I thank you.
Thank you. May we all indeed be a blessing to the world. As we continue with our program, bioprospecting and intellectual property rights on African plant commons and knowledge, a new form of colonization viewed from an ethical perspective. A title from a widely published scholar in intersections of ethics, economy, and ecology, especially on the thematic areas of feminist social theory, as well as ecology, economic justice, and Ubuntu, and also a supervisor of many students in this area. I'd like you to welcome and help me welcome on stage to welcome us, none other than the Vice Chancellor, the first at the helm of the biggest university on the continent, Professor Puleng LenkaBula.
I'm good. It's okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm supposed to use the technology, but sometimes I shy away that it might disappoint me. So Program Director, Ms. Nonsikela Losisulu, Head of Department of Gauteng Community Safety. I actually still thought you were in the presidency at the Minister of Women, so I am appreciative of this new move. Perhaps it will center the plight of women. Good morning. Thank you. Ms. Sophie Mabaso, sign language interpreter. All of us know Sophie, and we are appreciative of the work that she does. Members of the executive and extended management, I recognize members of MENCOM who are here. Can I request them to stand up for you to recognize them, please? Seems like, thank you. Thank you very much. Professor Kanyisile Mbata, the chairperson of Unisa Women's Forum, and all other members of the executive of Unisa Women's Forum. Our eminent keynote speaker, Dr. G.T. Serube, the co-founder of Women Investment Portfolio Holdings, and the Chancellor of our sister university, Tshwane University of Technology. Can we give a round of applause? Metoko Mpumlwan, chairperson of South African Women in Dialogue, Trust, and other guests from SAWID. Metoko, who doesn't know you at Unisa? Thank you very much. She is also an honorary recipient of the Calabash Award of the University of South Africa, and we are proud of your leadership of elections, but also of helping us to make the best images of television and associated matters. Dr. Linda Naika, Unisa Research Institute for Theology, who has just nurtured our faith and our commitment to justice, and of course, Mr. Wahid Adam, the brother to our late Feroza Adam. Can we also give him a round of applause? Let me also recognize our discussant, Ms. Ayanda Mvibi, the Deputy Representative of UN Women South Africa Multi-Country Office. She has always been with us and journeyed with us in the celebration of women at Unisa in the country and globally. Ms. Susan Tolmay, Gender Links, Gender and Governance Associate. Ms. Queen Manamela, Unisa NSRC, our nominees and nominators present, our entertainers today, Ms. Khumutso Butelezi, Bommeba Sunnyside Cultural Group, other members of the university community who are present and joining virtually, members of the media fraternal present, our esteemed members of the audience, ladies and gentlemen, Lochani, Muloini, Sanbonan, Tameng, Macheloni, Nda, Habari, Absheni, Khotong. Today is one of those crucial days for us as members of the Unisa epistemic communities. As we gather here, ladies and gentlemen, sisters and brothers, we're here to celebrate stalwarts of liberation, some sitting amongst us. And as I said in our greeting, we're truly appreciative to have the leading lights, the pathfinders, those who have created opportunities in the civic, social, public, in leadership. And amongst them in the table, we recognize Dr. Serube as well as Mam Bumlwan in celebration of this beautiful, assertive, and advocate of justice, Feroza Adam. Madam Program Director, we are honored that we have the member of the Adam family to celebrate the honorees live. We welcome the presence of her brother, Mr. Wahid Adam, who will speak on the life and times of Miss Feroza Adam. Hearing from her own family humanizes her beyond the public persona that we all have come to know and admire. Program Director, Ms. Ntsiki Sisulu and Ms. Sophie Mabaso, thank you very much for agreeing to undertake this task today. We know that many of the years' involvement in the women's movement, including your former role in the presidency as the Chief Director at the Department of Women, Children, and People with Disabilities, have been quite pivotal to the transformation that our country requires. And therefore, we are also appreciative that, Sophie, you've taken the mantle to ensure that universal access for people with disabilities is also affirmed, asserted, and becomes integral to everything that we do in celebration of the Women's Month, but also of the contribution of Unisa. Meto Kompumlani, we are pleased to welcome you back to Unisa after the International Women's Day celebrations in March this year. Unisa values the collaboration with SAWID. We look forward to co-hosting another event next Friday on the 15th August 2024, and I'm hopeful that young SAWIDians and Unisans will definitely ensure that they participate. And thank you also for bringing along Khumotso, who has agreed to share a poem in celebration. Let me start also by acknowledging the presence of the keynote speaker, Dr. Gloria Serobe. She's not a stranger to Unisa. She's also not a stranger to higher education. As I've said to you, she's the new Chancellor of the University of Tshwane University of Technology, our sister university in the city. She's also not a stranger in the sense that she's one of the pioneers in creating a bank, in ensuring that women participate in the economic arena and that they optimize all their talents to strengthening the work that they do. If you remember, the first time that this university created a chair in electoral democracy in 2012, that was funded by Me Gloria Serobe. Colleagues, a chair of electoral democracy at Unisa was and continues to be a very important role of studying electoral systems, not just in the country, but the world over. And therefore, the Brigalia BAM chair in electoral democracy was the first contribution that Meserube, out of her own pocket, created to support this university. We're quite proud of that important legacy. We're appreciative that you as women leaders, the pathfinders, also show us through your actions the commitment of building institutions, creating learning communities, affirming pathfinders and women who would have contributed to the strengthening and support of the democracy of this country. And such is your contribution. And as you come to give us a keynote, we will forever be appreciative of this indelible mark that you have made to our university, to the history of this university, but also to ensuring that our democracy continues to being strengthened and through knowledge empowered to being beneficial for our society. I'm quite appreciative also that it is not just that contribution. You've enabled the contribution by Professor Kialeboa Mapunye, who took that chairpersonship of the electoral processes to publish manifold publications in accredited periodicals, a book, hosting many seminars on the quality of democracy and the roles of universities and individuals as citizens and pillars that must ensure that they enhance and strengthen democracy. So we welcome you, Ms. Manamela, the SRC representative. You are one of the lucky ones who draw from your own wells, who draw from the pathfinders and leaders who look like you, when many of us might not have had similar experiences, but my generation would have drawn from our own cups and our own wells. Our second discussant, Ms. Mvimbi, we recognize the admiration over 30 years of your work in the multiple areas within the institutions, especially the UN. We appreciate that you could quickly stand in and say, I'm also here to ensure that the UN is represented. Our third discussant, Ms. Suzanne Tolmay from Gender Links, is an associate, and my phone tells me I should finish. I had set my time so that I could finish. We're quite appreciative for the new approach and partnership with Gender Links. We hope that it will enhance our catalytic niche areas on feminist, womanist, and Busadi theorization, which is an area that we are investing in as the university to ensure that women scholars, professionals, administrators, intersect to strengthening their own knowledge base. The event takes place in the year of 150 years anniversary since Unisa's establishment in 1873. We have celebrated multiple times for equality, for freedom, for justice, and we have encouraged many women to pursuing their utmost talent and to ensuring that they optimize the opportunities and investment that Unisa makes available, but in support of society. Just last week, on the 31st July 2024, we marked a very important day, the 62nd Pan-African Women's Day. If you know your history, you'll know that the Pan-African Women's Day and the Pan-African Women collaboration was set before the Organization of African Unity in 1963, speaking to the sense of urgency and foresight of African women who organized themselves at a continental level to pursue gender justice and, more importantly, to contribute to the imagination and building of the Organization of African Unity. So if you did not know this particular history, it's always important. I think it's similar to what we are told in the biblical witness. We are often told about the followers of Jesus, the men, but you're never told that it was the women in the well who witnessed this. And I think I'm inviting you as women to really looking at those aspects of history where you've been pathfinders, where you've helped to build communities, where you've taken contributions that are enabling for our society. And I think it's quite important as we celebrate the National Women's Day in South Africa, and we celebrate it on the 9th, and honoring the 20,000 women who in 1956 marched at the Union buildings, that we do not forget that these were important contributions that must be historicized and that we as women must at all times be appreciative to. Ladies and gentlemen, Watinti Bafaz, Watinti Mbogoto, is quite important, sorry, it's zootified. You strike a woman, you strike a rock. It's a resonant symbol of resiliency and power of women. It's an invitation for us to fight against the scourge of violence, of femicide, of the death-dealing forces that seek to decimate women, children, and female lives. I want to also pay tribute to our women leaders, such as Lillian Goy, Helen Joseph, Rahima Musa, Sophia De Bruyn, and of course, Josie Palmer, who is quite related to me, whose family is still in Orlando, and really living in contradictory situations, if we were to think about the role that Mejosi played, not just in the unions, but also in this important 1956 agitation for the change against apartheid. Madam Chair, the National Women's Day is quite important to Unisa because it's not only the celebration of the agility, of the advocacy of women, but it is truly an invitation for those of us who are following to follow in their footsteps that allows us to understand, in the words of Fannie Lou Hamer, when she said, "Nobody is free until everybody is free." And she said this in a speech that she delivered at the founding of the National Women's Political Caucus. The very first president of the Democratic South Africa, President Mandela, also said, "Our freedom cannot be complete whilst others in the world are not free. Let us optimize education as the great equalizer. Let us use it to open our opportunities. Let us celebrate Feroza Adam by ensuring that we as Unisa recognize the remarkable contributions of women, that we historicize them, that we work with conviction, that even though she may have passed on tragically in a car accident at the National Women's Day, that we truly ensure that we glean from the resources that these fierce opponents of apartheid and the tenacious fighters against gender discrimination, that we learn to live together and ensure that even as we live together, we input into the government of national unity. It's not the first time that South Africa experiences the government of national unity. In 1994, the government of national unity led South Africa. We truly may not be happy because the liberation movements have not performed as best as we would like in this tenure. It is an invitation for us as Africans, as Unisans, to ask the questions: why are liberation movements only allowed to live for less than 20 years, or at least 3 decades? What is it that they do that they lose the mandate and the emancipatory fever that they used to act on? The African National Congress, the Pan-African Congress, and progressive political parties that were liberation movements have not performed well in these past elections. It is our responsibility to ask. It is our responsibility as women to ask ourselves, what can we do and what must we do to ensure that the social justice mandate, the liberation imperative, the emancipatory project is not throttled even in this 7th administration where the government of national unity has come together. I also want to state that the national government of unity is constituted of coalition ideas. We should be looking at how these coalition ideas are building, strengthening our society, are creating opportunities for economic participation and flourishing of our society, are enabling municipalities to function and to providing services, are holding accountable the political elite as they hold us accountable as well. We should also ask ourselves, how do we ensure that corruption in the private sector and in the public sector are attended to so that the quality of democracy becomes important? For us as Women's Forum, I am certain that we are committed to working together, to holding one another's hand, to understanding that this university will not succeed if the administrator, the professional, and the academic and the students do not hold hands. The invitation is that for us to move forward and to ensure that universities such as Unisa are successful, we must do so together. I'm very appreciative. Just 2 months ago, Unisa was ranked number 6 by Times Higher Education Impact Rankings. I'm equally glad that in the recent publication that the library has shared, Unisa is number 1 in the production of doctoral outputs in the country. I'm equally committed to ensuring that we work together as a collective to ensure that our university gives meaning, takes seriously the questions of our society, and is a success. And as such, colleagues, we will all work together, hold one another's hand, and ensure that our university gives meaning to the roles of women, but also holds us accountable if we veer off to what we are supposed to be doing. Welcome to Unisa. Welcome to the home of leaders. Welcome to the knowledge arena that values women and their contributions wherever they are, whatever the profession. Welcome.
You are, I'm sure, feeling very enlightened and welcomed. Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor, for that welcome, very rich welcome, steeped in history and in our current context in terms of where we are and where we are going. It's very useful to be led by example. She has a timer. It means all other speakers, therefore, you too should perhaps choose to have a timer. It's a leadership example. Sometimes you follow or you don't, depending on whether the leadership is good or not. But that practice sounds like good practice to me. As I get ready to welcome our next speaker, who, amongst other things, has been a co-founder of the Black Consciousness Movement. And I say that deliberately because it is about thinking and critical thinking and consciousness, but also graduating from KwaZulu-Natal, and not only that, has been an alumni of this very university. Has been a graduate of this very university herself, and was then approached and ended up in the Eastern Cape following her graduation here, and that's how she became Xhosa from being Zulu. Umam Togo Mpumlwane, you have known her, and I thank the Vice Chancellor for having given us a very rich context from her being in the IEC, one of the most credible institutions we have in the country. But most importantly, I think, and I'm not going to move Mam Togo, I'm the program director today, Timile Hafe Jordan, because Mam Togo has, for many of us, and I think I'm going to be brave about this, for many women, and particularly young women, she's put us through a process, a refining process, if you will, one that involves sequentially exposing us as young women and women throughout our lives through a process of putting us through solvents of different sorts at appropriate temperatures, and she's very good at the temperature, and appropriate pressures, and for the appropriate durations of time. She doesn't hold on to you for long, but she does that. And as part of that process, she ensures that she checks on you every once in a while and to see how you are doing. And in that process, we have become refined in one way or another. I'm not saying we're polished like a diamond, but that is the process of refining a diamond. And that's what she's done for many women. Please welcome Mamthoko Mpumlani to set the scene.
Thank you, Program Director. I was looking at time. We are not doing well. And this day is not about speeches, it's about celebrating these women who are sitting here. So I will try to just run through why we are here. The first reason is that I speak as SAWID. This is family. SAWIDians are here, and all of you are SAWIDians, whether you like it or not. You belong to this family of women of South Africa who say, count me in. I want to make a difference. That's all. That's who we are. And today we are celebrating this woman who on this important day left us, but her legacy lives on, which is why the university celebrates her, Feroza Adam. So it's Feroza Adam Day. It's an annual event that is done here, and since we signed our MOU with Unisa, we always have this event together. We start with this one, and then we'll have our SAWID annual dialogue as well. So the intention is to say this is specifically for Unisans, focusing on themselves, their vision, their work, celebrating themselves, remembering that in 1956 were women who sacrificed so much for us to be sitting here and celebrating. So that's why we are here. So we are happy that the brother has joined us. And so I would like you to just ask yourself a question. In 2024, what would Feroza say we have done as South African women in Unisa? So it is your own homework. And I am ending by going to challenge you. Yesterday, I had a session with a young woman who gave me this booklet of her poems. And to be honest, I had not planned to speak here. And I said, what am I going to say? Really, it is not our day. But then I found a poem that says, Prisoner of Hope. It says, her name is Sigi Langa. She writes poems, she thinks, she worries about her country, she worries about young people, and so she just said, I want to talk. And she gave me this book because she says, I put my thoughts on paper. So one of her poems says, Prisoner of Hope. I'm drunk with hope. I refuse to sober up. I'm pregnant with possibility. I refuse to abort. I have planted this good seed. I will not dig it out. I am waiting in anticipation to hold my good promise. So we are all being challenged to be prisoners of hope. That is why we are here today. We are setting this scene. We want to celebrate those who are prisoners of hope, who don't give up, because there are lots of people out there who have given up. And I ask them when they say they've given up, so you have had life to be thankful for. So you don't want to think about what the next generation and work for the next generation, despite what you see is not working. Your job is to say, I want to give hope even to those who are hopeless. And so as I try to sit down, because I really don't want to talk a lot, I want to say, we come as SAWID to be in solidarity with all of you, to celebrate those who will get awards here, and to say that award is just a beginning of what you ought to do. We want you in your diversity as women of Unisa to play a role that is visible, not here only, hold hand, be in solidarity with others, but in your community, be the star that you have to be for those who don't see the light, because life is tough out there. You must be activists of justice and hope and freedom. You must have, as they said here, the audacity to dream. You must make life better for others. Don't give up hope. And as I sit down, I would like to say, hold on to your dreams and make young people know that their dreams matter. Because as older people, we have tried to live our dreams. We may have disappointed some of you by not doing it the best we could, but young people have got dreams too. Let's help them to meet their dreams. So this is the reason we are here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mam Togo. You were as short as you are. Thank you. We appreciate that. For today, you will always be the brother and the little brother of Feroza Adam. Even though in your own right you may be CEO of iTouch Enterprise, that's for another day. But as we welcome Wahid Adams as he comes up, and they believe that it is important that we build responsibly, ethically, with integrity, and with a value system that promises sustainability. And I do think that your sister would be very, very proud of you because she really fought for just that. So please do come up to the stage and tell us about the lives and times of being a little brother.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm the brother and always be the brother. But those values are something she taught me, no doubt. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for having me and giving our family the opportunity to be here today in honor of our dear sister who left us too early. We really appreciate that. I realize that a lot of you may not have met her. Is there anyone who did? No. And, well, it is 30 years since her passing. But if you did meet her, I can tell you it would be electrifying. And for those who know her, the energy was, I guess, would light up this room, even in ESCOM darkness. So, talking about Feroza, if you've not met her, I guess you may find it a little difficult to connect or find your connection with her, and perhaps that which resonates with you. So, I'm going to ask you to indulge me. And I'm going to ask you to close your eyes for a moment. And I'll try and transport you to another period. All right? So please, close your eyes and hear what I have to say. You are in your family one-bedroom apartment. Your mother in the bedroom is asleep. And you are asleep too, alongside your two younger siblings. That is in the dining room that doubles up as a bedroom at night. It's about 3 a.m. You are now in a deep sleep, restful sleep, dreaming about the most wonderful of things. Suddenly, maak die deur oop. Maak die bloody deur oop. Open this bloody door. Open this bloody door. You wake up in shock. And so does everyone else. It's the police. But not any police. It's the Brixton Special Squad, the most notorious of them all. You get up, you rushed out to the balcony. You scale the rail, as they say. You get onto a ledge no more than 30 to 40 centimeters wide. And you carefully walk to the balcony alongside. You climb on top, desperately banging on the door for the neighbor to open, who does, endangering their own lives. And they hide you. Your mother then goes to the front door, and as she unlocks, they barge through, knocking her over to the floor. Your siblings staring up in shock, your youngest of siblings crying out loud, while the other puts on the bravest face any 13-year-old can bear. They walk through with their batons, banging tables, breaking vases, looking for Feroza. And that's you. But she's not there. You're not there. In that moment, they leave empty-handed, but not without leaving us distraught. That was a moment in Feroza's life. Thank you for closing your eyes. That was a moment in Feroza's life, and no matter how scary, and she was only 17 at the time, so really still a child, but it never stopped her. She continued her plight in defiance of the apartheid regime. It was also the period my parents only just found out about her involvement. Remember, we kept it secret, right? And naturally, they tried everything to stop her from being involved because they feared for her safety. Incarceration, torture, perhaps even death. But of course, that did not stop her. Yes, she wasn't always that lucky and was arrested a few times, tortured, came out bruised. Never incarcerated for long, though, fortunately. But all it did was strengthen her resolve. I remember a time when she came to the family and said, I'm off to Zimbabwe for a holiday with my friends. I think she was at university at the time. And it was a couple of girls. One of them was Zimbabwean coming to South Africa to study. They were meant to stay at their family home. And my protective dad let her go because it all seemed fine. Years later, after her passing, when we were sorting out her things, we find a photograph, a rare one, in military uniform in Zimbabwe, doing an MK training. That was Feroza. And she was no G.I. Joe. If you know her, no G.I. Joe. But she had a heart of a lion. That's who she was. There was a time when I got my driver's license. And I had, by default, become Feroza's designated driver, because at the time she didn't drive. And when she had to attend meetings, and when I say meetings, I'm talking about the underground meetings. They were of high secret and, attended by the most sternest of our struggle stalwarts, and where the foundation, the mobilization, and the strategy and direction of the struggle was kind of formed. And she would attend these meetings, but, of course, with the Brixton Special Squad on your tail, you had to be sure that you arrived there without being followed. So I would get into my car, and I would drive. We lived in the city, so I would drive up downtown, near John Foster Square, if you know the area. I would drive into the city, perhaps up President, down Rusek, turn left, turn right, and really just casually drive until I was certain I was not being followed. If I was, I just never went home. And if I felt it was clear, I would stop on the corner of Market and West Street, and I knew Feroza could see me from the window in our apartment. And we had different codes, so the times when I'd put on my wiper on, or the other time was one flash, or maybe 3 of my headlights, or an indicator left which said come down, indicator right said don't come down, I'm not sure. And if clear, I would briefly stop at the entrance of the building, and she would run up and literally dive through an open back window and lie low on the back seat. And then give me the address. I only got the address then in case I was caught and tortured, to divulge it. And that's how she got to her meetings. Well, if you know when our heroes were on Robben Island, there were privileges that they would sometimes get that included a movie. So we're talking about projectors and real movies of the time. And there was a shop in Woodstock in Cape Town called Cine Place, which was the provider of these movies. On one occasion, or maybe a couple occasions, but one that I know of, Feroza would actually go all the way from Johannesburg to Cape Town and pretend to be the courier, get onto the boat off to Robben Island, and that is how communication was being passed on. to Mandela, to Kathrada, and the likes. There was no other way, because they were shut out, if you recall. Feroza often was that courier of communication, which is probably why I'm in the communication business. She went on to become a teacher and was fondly referred to as Madam Adam. And that's what all the students called her. But of course, when you work for the government, they have a track on you. Remember, these are state schools. So at the time, they had a track on her. And every end of the year, she was fired. And every following year, she was rehired and placed in a different school because they feared she would indoctrinate her students. And I can tell you that even though she spent brief stints at each school, her students came visiting her years after and wanted to hear about the struggle. Did she indoctrinate them? Oh, yes. She mobilized and empowered these students. So she advocated strongly for gender equality, right, which is also evident by all the struggle bodies she belonged to, including the ANC Women's League. And in fact, I guess we're here today because of that advocacy. But Feroza also took pride in her femininity, right? She dressed really well and loved looking good. She always smiled. And like I said, she lit up a room when she walked into that room with her positive energy in celebration of her femininity. Like all of us, Feroza also loved to have fun. She was the life of any party. She had a favorite song by Bette Midler called The Rose. Now, Feroza, Rosie, Rose was always some of her nicknames. And given the opportunity, whether it was a dinner, maybe even if she were here today, at a birthday, at a party, she would, at the top of her voice, sing The Rose. That was her character. She went on to becoming South Africa's youngest parliamentarian in the new dispensation in '94. After what was obviously probably the time of her life, I saw her as the happiest. Some of you may remember the time at the Carlton Hotel when the final result of the elections was announced and we were all in celebration. I've never seen Feroza that happy. I think for months, if not years after, even when she was asleep, she had that smile on her face. It never went away. She became South Africa's youngest parliamentarian and as a whip for the ANC. And it came to an abrupt end, unfortunately. She had that car accident on a Saturday morning on her way to Athlone for a workshop, still servicing communities. And she had that car accident. Of course, her life came to an end on the eve of Women's Day and was buried on Women's Day. I guess fitting, considering how she advocated for women's rights. So I'll conclude, because I didn't put the timer on, Ntsikelele. And I know time is limited. But I'll conclude by saying, or in fact by asking you, what will your takeaway be when you hear the life and times of Feroza? How will that impact your journey moving forward? We have different struggles today. Struggles of poverty, struggles of unemployment, gender violence, corruption. And not only in government, but those who enable it, like the corporate world. So we have a struggle today. We have technology, like timers, that are good, if you listen to it, Prof. Right? But we also have technology that is not that good for us, that serves as distractions. We live our best lives out on TikTok and Instagram, other social medias, trying to be something we're not, so distracted by it that we actually forget what our real struggles are. Society is breaking in that way. And sadly, sometimes suicide seems the only solution for so many that we today see fall. So is it not your time? We had Feroza's time. But is it not your time to find your own bravery, to find your own purpose, as Feroza did? The world needs young leaders, new leaders, to advocate a path that will improve the lives of our people. The old guard has let us down, and we need to know why. Let us not make the same mistake. And it's not a South African problem. It's a global problem. Look at the world over. So I'd like to finish up by saying, you are the future. Go out and build your legacy like Feroza did. Thank you.
What a trigger. What a trigger on that bang on. What a trigger. What a great storyteller. Thank you for that. The song that you say she loved in the end, I actually quite like the song myself. It just says that towards the end, it says, just remember that in the winter, which is the season we're in or transitioning out of, that far beneath the bitter snow, as it might have been in Lesotho or so, life seeds that the sun's love, that in the spring that will become the rose. So no matter what it is that you're going through, no matter how difficult it will be, to look at our cases of gender-based violence in this country, and that we face a different socio-economic struggle, that we should remember that with the sun's light and love, we should rise like a rose, as Feroza did. In a short life, it's not how long you live, it's what you do with that life. Thank you, Wahid. Dr. Gwendolyn van der Berg, the Secretary of Unisa Women's Forum, I'm so glad you have the honor of introducing our guest speaker. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I have the distinct honor of introducing our keynote speaker, Dr. Gloria Serobe. Dr. Gloria Tomato Serobe was born in Gugulethu in Cape Town on 20 September 1959, very young still. She obtained a BCom degree from the former University of Transkei and holds an MBA degree from Rutgers University, New Jersey in the USA. A well-respected businesswoman and a pioneer in the field of broad-based economic empowerment for women, she builds from the ground up, working extensively and inclusively with women from all walks of life to create platforms for women's economic participation. Thank you, Ma. She is best known for her role as one of 4 co-founders of Women Investment Portfolio Holdings, WIPHOLD, the first women's group established post-1994 to list on the JSE, and for her current role as CEO of WIPHOLD, a subsidiary of WIPHOLD focusing on operational financial services. WIPHOLD has 1,200 direct beneficiaries and 18,000 indirect beneficiaries through the WIPHOLD Investment Trust. A further 200,000 women benefit through the WIPHOLD non-governmental organization trust, making a substantial economic impact in South Africa. Her socially entrepreneurial business acumen has been widely recognized in the banking, insurance, and mineral and mining sectors, as well as in the tourism field. This has seen her serving with distinction in long careers in business, having held senior position in several companies, as well as a board member. Ms. Serobe has made, Dr. Serobe, please accept my apologies, has made a unique and outstanding contribution to transformative social engagement by designing mass-based participative economic models, recognizing that the economic asset base of rural people is often communal and not recognized in traditional banking and insurance mechanisms. Apart from a leadership role within Wippold, she serves on several boards of directors, including chairperson of Adcop Holdings, former chairperson of the board of the Independent Ports Regulator, as well as board membership of Old Mutual, Nedbank, Denel, and Safin, amongst others. There's so many accolades, ma'am. We're honored to have you amongst us today. Doctor is also an honorary member of the Actuarial Society of South Africa and serves on the advisory council of the South African Institute for Chartered Accountants, SAICA. Globally, in 2005, she was instrumental, in this one we need to sit up for, in brokering a 7.2 billion empowerment deal for a 12.75% stake in the London-listed Old Mutual Group, of which Wippold and other BEE consortiums were beneficiaries. Her contributions as a member of the Presidential Economic Advisory Committee and a member of the Presidential Working Group for Women have cemented her socially inclusive approach to economic growth and has resulted in her being a sought-after public intellectual, giving presentations and interviews across a range of platforms. Acknowledging her contributions, President Cyril Ramaphosa appointed Dr. Serobe to head the Solidarity Fund in March 2020 to drive economic recovery, revival, and revitalization following the harrowing recessionary impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Her work has been awarded with a number of accolades, including the Impumelelo Top 300 Award in 2003 for her contribution to transformation, job creation, the economy, and as a BEE role model. She also received the ABSA Pioneer of Empowerment Award and was winner of the business category of the 2005 Top Women in Business and Government, and was the 2006 winner of Businesswoman of the Year Award in the corporate category. In 2006, she won the African Women Chartered Accountants Women of Substance Award and was a finalist together with the Wippold CEO, Louisa Mojela, in the SA chapter of the Ernst & Young World Entrepreneur Award. The Nelson Mandela University conferred an honorary doctorate of philosophy on her in 2021 for her advocacy and social equity, fairness, justice, and equality, as well as for her fight against poverty, creating jobs, reducing unemployment, and building a stronger community. I think that deserves a unison round of applause. Welcome, and thank you for being with us now.
Thank you very much, Gwen. I'm glad she did mention my age first, because at 65, that long list of things do happen.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Professor LenkaBula. You know, I have to, coming from Cape Town, school was, you will agree, Wahid, school in Cape Town was kind of weak, so we had to be sent to other provinces for schooling. In my case, it was Eastern Cape. That's where my family came from. I'm mentioning this because my grandfather, who was a priest, he had an obsession about university education. He was not specific about what course, as long as you go to university. Please just go. He had an obsession about the gown, that whole thing of the cap, and so on. So I'm just imagining your own grandparents, when they now hear you are now the Vice Chancellor of the biggest university in the continent. And you are there for a reason. There was nothing that had to be made out. You belonged there. So I just get goosebumps when I see a young Vice Chancellor like you, because this is one area where education we were deprived of. And so when you get it by the neck and even decide, I'm going to run it, we can be more proud and really appreciate. We've got quite a number of guests that we have to acknowledge. Professor Mbata, the chairman of the Unisa's Women's Forum. We really appreciate all the hard work. I know that my office and yours have been open up, trying to make sure it works. We really appreciate that. Umeto Kompumlwana, she is very well known and is a family here at SAWID. As she says, we're all SAWIDians now, and we have to own up to that. Aren't we proud, though, to be accepted as SAWIDians after all that work of the SAWIDians? Feroza's brother. Just milk it, just enjoy it, because it's her day. And wow, what a story. You've just told us. We just needed that 5 minutes to know her more. But we really appreciate that you are here to tell the story, because these stories are disappearing now. They are fading and they're getting lost. It's so beautiful to hear from you, very much. There is Dr. Linda Naika, who opened with a prayer. We really appreciate that. And all the discussants that are here. And my program directors, and the two of them, thank you very much, Nsiki, and really appreciate that. The theme is called Government of National Unity as an Instrument to Advance Gender Equality. It's quite a complicated theme, given that there's a lot of debate around this Government of National Unity. And the debate is going to rage for years to come, because in any room, you know you've got two people who say yes to it and say no to it. But discuss, we should talk about it anyway. That is the theme. And I must appreciate also the university for keeping a Feroza Adam alive. It's becoming very complicated now. In preparing for this, I was trying to phone people that I think they are in that age group, including myself, just wanting to hear, what was your experience? How did you experience her? Very interesting. Most people have forgotten. Others because they were much older than her. So they would say, oh yes, Lamtana, oh, very active. So when you say very active, doing what? No, she was very active. But that memory is fading, is disappearing. That's part of our problem as a country, because the linkage to that era has to keep us alive for the next 100 years. And so when Unisa keeps her alive in this fashion, we have to be very, very grateful for that. She deserves us, and she deserves to be acknowledged every year. And do that, Unisa does it very well, and SAWID. So I think I really appreciate that. At a young age of 32 years old, on 9 August 94, Feroza Adam succumbed to the injuries she suffered due to a motor car accident some few days before and died tragically. And for all accounts, for families and friends and colleagues, this was abrupt and it was completely unexpected. It was just one of those things that if in that morning you hear that story, you still don't believe it. A fierce opponent of apartheid and a relentless fighter against gender discrimination. She was a living embodiment of the struggle that brought a democratic government to South Africa. Having been a political activist all of her young life, as Wahid's saying, at 17, by already 17 years old, she's being looked for in the middle of the night. She had, though, just experienced the first fruits of her struggle, having gone through those exciting long lines of the democratic elections in April 1994. And this was immediately followed with her becoming a member of South Africa's first democratically elected government, where she served as a member of parliament, appointed as one of the youngest members of the parliament under the historic leadership of President Nelson Mandela under the ANC majority. The privilege and the honor of serving under Mandela on its own, whether you're making tea for him, or you're just cooking pap for him, or you're just signing some scripts for him, just that privilege was a total award. It didn't matter what she was doing there. But the privilege of being put in parliament to be a policy maker at a young age of 32, simply because of what you have done before, is a massive privilege. That one, it doesn't matter who was the president of the time. So she gets endowed with these two things of being made a policymaker at 32. She gets endowed of being working for Nelson Mandela. In fairness, even though it was a short life, that life was compressed in those two things. We still wish her she's resting in peace, but she has seen honor. She has experienced respect. She has experienced love, and she has been recognized in her young life. And so in a way, we just feel more sorry for ourselves, not for her, because she has experienced extreme excitement and honor. We are feeling sorry for ourselves because we wanted to hang on to her for ourselves. You can imagine then what was going through that young mind and the emotions just what it is she had planned for this new country of ours. And so all of 3 months in total, ironically, on Women's Day, 9 August, it was never meant to be. We always talk about angels saving us from something. We can see her as an angel. This annual lecture is happening 30 years later, after that horrible accident. It also happens under a strange environment of these hotly debated results of our national elections and the resultant GNU government. We are in a confused state. We're trying to grapple with just so many things. It would therefore be expected of me to place Feroza and imagine her under this scenario. That is my job today. Given what she stood, given what she fought for, since she was a youngster at school. Let me talk about these national elections and then place Feroza in them. These elections are characterized by a number of things that would not have made her happy at all. The first one is voter turnout of only 58.64%. Voter turnout at elections is a check on the health of a democracy and non-violent participation in it. Our Constitution imagines a participatory democracy. The most important form of a democratic participation in the functioning of a country is realized through voting or the right to vote. Top of this list of great concerns, therefore, is the lowest voter turnout of 58.64%. Unprecedented under this particular government of 30 years. Almost 12 million people decided not to vote. For a country that fought for years to achieve this, including some unfortunate loss of lives in the process, this is unbelievable. And so for a Feroza who gave up her youth to achieve just this, it is a bigger slap in her face. This has dropped from a voter turnout in 1994 of 86.87%, followed by an increase in 89% in 1999. Can this be an indication of a loss of faith? We have to discuss that. So that would be her first disappointment. Her second disappointment is what we call the voters' roll now. The voting population that is eligible to vote, 30% of it does not register. They didn't bother to register to vote in 2024. And the lowest in this registration problem amongst us is the age group of 18 to 19 years and 20 to 29 years at 27% and 48% respectively. So what goes on through this young person who thinks that it's not important to register to vote? Just to register, whatever you do with it that day. But when it almost looks like you have intentionally and deliberately decided, I will not vote. That is the biggest second disappointment for an activist like a Feroza. It may be then that 30 years as we are, we must take ownership of this. And we must do right by a Feroza, because she gave her life for this. The third point, program director just have 5 points. So, and I know I'm standing between awards and talking, but let me do my best. The third point is looking at this Government of National Unity both in 1994 and 2024. So much debate around it. It is so animated, this debate. And the views are pretty much everywhere, and the distances are so large in the discussions. We have been, as a result, been forced to look back at 1994 and to make a comparison with 2024. I do this because we're running out of memory. And the leader of today is 30 to 40 years old. He or she was born in 1994 or just before 1994. So we are going to bore each other, for those who are my age, and just repeat these things because we need to place them on the table. As we debate this GNU, in the room, there is this person who was born in 1994. There is me who was born in 1965. We can't be at the same level until I put it on the table. And so in 1994, 62% of the country gave outright majority to a Mandela who was loved by the whole world, and the euphoria that we all had around that. The point is, Mandela did not need the Government of National Unity. In his wisdom, he had a need to share the power. And so when you look at these portfolios, because in some of the discussions, it's about you can't give this portfolio, you can't give that portfolio. When you look at the portfolio that went to National Party, minerals and energy, finance, deputy presidency, tourism, all of that, what we now call key areas, Mandela gave that to the National Party. That was a leader with pragmatism. He was dealing with something else. And so it worked. It actually worked. Of course, in 1999, we have a bigger majority and we do what we have to do like any other country. We run our own government. People have won 66% and so on and so on. That is 1994. 2024, different environment. 12 million people decided not to vote, or those who decided to vote, they say, we will not give no one the power to run this country. We will keep you at 40%, you will see to finish. Because we've lost trust in all the parties. All the parties. 40% is great, but 40% is not a level at which you say the population has got confidence in you to run a country. And so comes in this jigsaw puzzle as to what then do we do? In fairness, I know that in the room there's 2 groups. I am pro-GNU. I am pro-Government of National Unity. That was the only sober thing to do this year. And so what we then have to do with this GNU is very critical. we have to concentrate on what us, people of this country, need now. We need infrastructure, we need the roads to work. We want the rail to be back. We want the ports to function. We want pipelines to operate. We want all of these things. And so while we are debating on ideology, can we just make these things work? That's all we're looking for now. We will come back again 5 years from now and debate ideology again and vote for whoever. But for these 5 years, can we just make it work? That's all. If you are going to name hospitals like Rahim Musa, Helen Joseph, Charlotte Maxeke, Chris Hani, but the service inside is everything but them, we've got to deal. We've got to deal. We've got to fix health. We've got to fix education. We've got to fix all these things. And we've got to make sure we leave no one behind. We've got to go deep into the rural areas and get them out of that mess that they are in, because they were designed to be in that hollow. We have to do all of those things. So I'm a GNU person. I suspect my program director here has a different view, but we will talk at home. We are family. We'll discuss it. Let me go to the fourth point, which is this 30 years, which has disappointed and hurt and put us where we are as to what happened in the 30 years. Sometimes I want to just talk about the bad things. Sometimes I just want to talk about the good things. I don't want to lose the good things. The policies on women have been extremely wonderful. That is why you have WIPOLD, which is 30 years old, that listed in the stock exchange. The policies of this government have been supportive to women, and that a gender activist like Feroza must be celebrating wherever. The policies are great. We always quibble about the implementation, but the policies are good. The main point around the policies is that they are immune to whoever is running the country. So back to the GNU, so what if a minister stays as and is an agriculture minister? The policies are sitting, there's no one change them overnight. And those policies are not changeable over 5 years. So we need to balance this thing about this fear of these people, that it might be that there's nothing to fear, and let's police them with the policies. That's what we should do. Those policies on women, you show them here. The vice chancellors are clearly women biased. And they are not little women. These are women who belong here. The universities are doing their best with all the struggle, like any institution. They are struggling. Private sector, interesting enough, has tried as well. And so the CEO of First Rand Group, one of the 4 biggest banks in the country, is a woman, Mary Villagas. And she comes from banking. She comes from banking, not from outside. This is very important because to direct the economy of the country, you need the bank. And so she is sitting there. She is going to direct the economy of this country. It's not a little place to be. The chairman of Standard Bank is a woman, Unko Nyembezi. That is a massive achievement. Just that sector, we're holding it now. Go to the mining. The CEO of Exaro So of Kumba, guys, we can't not celebrate this. I think in private sector, something has happened, and we must celebrate it. And on top of which, we must support them. This is my disappointment. It's the women in politics now. So much has happened, and visibly, we see the appointments, we see the big shift, we see that. But how come 30 years later, we can't even smell the possibility of a country president? What happened? Why is it that we cannot have a president of this country that is a woman? What's even worse, with this confusion of government national unity, it has become even worse. I don't see now where we would start to even have this conversation. And for this, we must take responsibility. We must take responsibility. It's the women who do not make sure that a woman is a president of South Africa. And there can only be one president, not all of us. Ours is to carry that person. Simbeke kula office naye akayobhuda pha njengabanye abantu. Kaloku mos kuyabhudwa pha. Uyayibona lana. Kayokwenza some mistakes. We also want those mistakes of hers. Let's do that. But women are perfectionists. That's another problem. Most women think they are not ready to be a country president. Oh, can we tell them they are ready? Because they are ready. And if they are not ready and they happen to be in that office, we will make sure they are ready. Let's just look for this woman and make her a president of the country. And this can only come from politics, because we are a party, political state and all of that. The last point, a program director, I don't know. Okay, I got my support. The last point I wanted to come to is the national dialogue, the suggested national dialogue. A strong suggestion has been made that the country needs a serious national dialogue. This is a great opportunity for the country to have serious introspection of itself. As the women of South Africa, we should this as the opportunity to lead again in a Feroza way. We have to lead in a Feroza way. Wahid says she loved fun, she enjoyed herself, she worked damn hard, she didn't quite sleep well, she just did what she has to do. Our work ethic on this specific thing called national dialogue must show up again. And the reason women are where we are is our work ethic. We don't have hours in a day, and we sleep when we have to sleep, and we do what we have to do, and this national dialogue is everything for us. But for that to be successful, Professor LenkaBula, women themselves need to have a dialogue of their own before we get into the bigger dialogue. We must get there ready, nestori sethu si right. And if that does not happen, we will be lost in that dialogue again, because we are all over the place. During Mbeki's time, he had these working groups that he formed to tie up and learn, to read the pulse of the nation from the different sectors outside of his cabinet. So he had 7 working groups: presidential working group for business, presidential working group for black business, presidential working group for youth, for academics, for theology. And then she had the most important presidential working group for women. And this took a long time to form because he wanted to make sure the women of all of South Africa are included in that presidential working group. It became too big, 59 organizations. There was a reason for that, because he wanted to read the pulse of women in the country, rural, urban, professional, non-professional, business, everywhere. If that presidential working group was alive, I would have asked it to convene a dialogue in preparation for the national dialogue. In the absence of that, we are probably going to burden SAWID to do that. SAWID must convene a national dialogue for women before we go and get lost in the bigger national dialogue. If we do that, we will have delivered what Feroza Adam would have wanted to see. Thank you very much.
President Nelson Mandela did not have to share, but he chose to do so. Feroza did not have to be an activist and jump through the back window of her brother's car, but she chose to be an activist for the liberation of women and this country as a whole. As the discussants get ready to come onto the stage, the question is, what are you choosing to do? In a country riddled with the silencing of women in their own homes because of gender-based violence, in a country riddled with us harboring criminals in our own homes and complain that the infrastructure of the country is dilapidated and being stolen, yet we know within our very communities who they are. What are you going to choose to do? You don't have to, just by the way. But that's why we are where we are, because you chose not to. It's not political, it's patriotic. Can we then ask our discussants to take us forward? From the university, can we ask that Ms. Queen Manamela come forward? Can we ask that Mr. Adam Vimbi from the United Nations Women Multi-Country Office, on behalf of Dr. Hazel Gooding, please ascend the stage. Can then we ask Ms. Susan Tolman to also ascend the stage from Gender Links and Governance Association. They will be moderated by none other than Professor Kanyisile Mbata as the chairperson. Can you stand? So you would have ordinarily had an hour. I could not stop a welcoming address by the Vice Chancellor, nor could I have stopped the life and times of the very person for whom we are hereby gathered, which is Feroza. Nor could I stop the keynote. But the three of you, I guess, and you are mine, together with your moderator. The hour you would have had, you no longer have. But time you do have. How you use it should be wise. All the very best. Lisa Shorter.
Good morning. Where is Queen Manamela? Queen? Okay. It looks as if she's not here, but we are going to start without her. If she comes in, she will join us, but we were expecting her to be here. We have the discussants with us. We have two of them, and we have to thank Sis Ayanda for stepping in when Dr. Gooding could not attend because she is abroad. Yeah. And I will hand over to you, Sis Ayanda, because Queen is not yet here, and I do not understand why. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Mbata and Program Director, Vice Chancellor, and I'm acknowledging all the really important guests that are in this room, as well as the delegates. So I'm going to start by wishing you all, you're looking beautiful, happy Women's Month. It's a whole month celebration. And I think it is important that we should always recognize and pay tribute to the women before us and to each one of us in this room for the role that we're playing to ensure that we promote gender equality, women's rights in the different areas of our work. So congratulations, we need to celebrate each other on that. Now, what the program director has put before us is a big question: what are we choosing to do? And with UN Women, and our mandate is very clear, it is to promote gender equality and empowerment of women. And in the beginning of this year, a report was produced and distributed globally. And this report was clearly saying to us that in our quest to want to achieve sustainable development goals, we are a bit off track, not only just here in South Africa, but all over the world. But more worrying about this report was really looking at the economic structure, and that it was deepening poverty levels. And here we're talking about 1 in every 10 women living in extreme poverty. We have seen examples of this in our country, in South Africa. And so the big call is obviously invest in women. But how do we do this? What do we need to do to ensure that this happens? So UN Women and the work that we have done is focusing on really critical strategies on how to unlock progress in these areas. One is focusing on women's leadership. And I'm glad that the keynote speaker, Dr. Sarobe, highlighted this as a big, important strategy, because without the voices and the leadership of women, we're not going to be able to get out of this mess. We're in a little bit of a mess. I work for the UN. I'm not supposed to say that, but I'm breaking protocol. I do apologize. The second issue that we really need to pay attention to is the economic participation and benefit of women in the different areas. So I come from the Eastern Cape, from a small village there, Ekala. And every time I go to the Eastern Cape, whether there's an issue there's always an issue about, yo, umntana kabani has not been working for the past 5 years. They finish university, and so unemployment is a really big, big challenge in terms of economic empowerment. But the more you move up in terms of women entrepreneurs, their ability to be able to participate and benefit from the economy. And we are so pleased as UN Women that the President has really passed this procurement bill, because we do hope that it's going to help us to shift some of these benefits to women-owned enterprises so that they can participate in the economy. And the issue of violence against women and girls remains a huge challenge. I'm not going to quote the statistics. I'm sure everyone knows in this room that we have a big, big challenge and stubborn in relation to that, along with ongoing, everyday negative norms and standards that continue to undermine women's rights and perpetuate this form of discrimination against women, along with instability and peace and threatening situations in the different parts of our country, as well as the impact of climate changes that we have witnessed in different parts of the country. And so when we think about what do we need to do and how we invest in women, we need to look at how are we addressing these challenges. As you probably all know, and you've participated in the recent review meeting of the Beijing Platform of Action. So for people my age, they will know that in 1995, it was a big aha moment in South Africa. And many women across the globe participated in the development of the Beijing Platform of Action, which really identifies what needs to be done. So we all know what needs to be done. I think the challenge seems to be how we're doing this. And so as we're approaching next year, which is 2025, and we're looking at what has been achieved in the 30 years since Beijing Platform of Action has been put in place, and what do we need to do to ensure that we identify outcomes that reinforce global commitments for the empowerment of women and girls, which will help us to outline priorities and fast-track implementation towards 2030, which is the deadline that has been identified by all nations on what needs to happen to achieve sustainable development goals. Now, if I come to South Africa, and you've heard the keynote speaker talking about what the government of national unity means in the context of South Africa. So what we need to guard against is all these competing priorities and different discussions and so on. They should not sway us from the agenda because of promoting gender equality and women empowerment. And we're all acknowledging that there has been significant strides in different and game changers in different areas of our work. But we also are looking at the indicators, and we know that there are persistent areas, stubborn areas that just do not want to shift for many, many reasons. And we need to be paying attention to those. President Ramaphosa, when he was opening Parliament, he identified 3 strategic areas of focus that we need to be paying attention to. One is inclusive growth and job creation, which has been identified as an important area of intervention, reducing poverty and tackling high cost of living, as well as building a capable and ethical and development state. And these are important, and as Minister Sindisiwe Chikunga, the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, that these must really assist us in addressing norms and values that promote and justify justice in our society. So we need to use these to frame and to center all our work to ensure that we move our agenda forward. And so what is important and what I want to share with you today is that we need to go back to the drawing board. Where are we? What is the status quo? We have the Beijing report that South Africa is working on, and I know that the first draft has been circulated. We have the National Development Plan evaluation report that has identified. And so in those reports, there are clearly things that we know that are not working, that needs to change. And there are clear recommendations. I've got 2 minutes. But also, I want to really just close by emphasizing a few principles. One is, so we need to be clear about what are the principles that we are using to carry forward this work. One of them is certainly we need to the participation of women in ensuring that their voices inform what needs to happen needs to be at the center of what we do. And so I do think that the idea of a national dialogue and SAWID, Mamtoko, mobilizing women to inform the national dialogue is a really important strategy, because I think women need to sit down amongst ourselves and discuss what do we do with this issue. Yesterday I read a really inspiring story of a community in Engcobo, where one person just planted a seed in the community and they started to identify what are the priorities, what is the hour plan, and everyone in that community worked together to ensure that this happens. And one of the things that they said in that story is that in that community, no one goes to bed hungry. So what I want to highlight is that we have pocket of good practices. Sometimes we have examples of what really works. And all we need to do is to really ensure that we scale it up and implement it in different contexts and learn from it under pressure with time. And of course, the issue of leadership, especially in governance, is really important that we need to bring it to the fore, because without the women and participation of women in leadership position, we're going to roll back all the gains that we have made. And I also want, because I'm a very strong advocate of this, that if we do not count money, so when we're planning and say, when Ziki is planning for our program director for her department, how much of this money I have, how much is going to addressing gender equality and promoting women empowerment, and that process of planning to ensure that it happens. And I want to, Vice Chancellor, close by thank you very much, Wahid, for sharing that story of your sister. And you said a really very important thing, that what would we do if we were to apply ourselves in her context? And how do we throw ourselves in the cars and make sure that things are moving and so on? And I think it's really important for all of us in this room to move towards identifying what can we, each one of us, do to make this work. Because the next generation of our kids will suffer if we do not act now. And it is really important that we criticize, and criticizing is really important. We research the facts and we have evidence. We find ways of just making it work. No matter how small we start, it is now, I mean, if you read all the global reports, you want to hide your head because the odds are against us. And the rising cost of living, the unemployment that I've mentioned earlier on, and it's really, really up to each one of us to want to change the status quo and steer us in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sis Ayanda. And one point that you mentioned climate change, of which sometimes we undermine the meaning of climate change. Climate change can affect all of us in different aspects because climate change affects food security, health, social justice, income, environment, and productivity. And this is affecting all of us. Thank you very much for mentioning that because we tend to ignore climate change, while climate change is very important. And we know that other speakers have spoken before and their points were very important and vibrant, but now we will call Susan as a discussant to give the last presentation on discussants.
Good morning, everyone, good morning, distinguished guests. I'd like to observe all protocol. I don't have a long list of people who I am thanking, but thank you for the invitation to be here. I am going to hone in a little bit on sort of one of the topics that's been discussed or touched on by previous speakers, specifically Dr. Serobe, which is particularly around women's political, women's participation in political decision making. So this year, the democracy was really the big winner in our watershed elections. But it did witness the liberation movement and the ANC dipping below the 50% mark for the first time in 30 years, which really showed the discontent that the citizens really are feeling with the government, with the lack of electricity, with the economic situation, poverty. We still have the highest level of inequality. So, the voters spoke. But with this government of national unity, what has resulted is that all of the gains, well, some of the gains that we've made in women's political decision-making over the past 3 decades have taken a knock on almost every front. So we conducted a gender audit of the elections that took place in May. And we measured the number of women now in the different levels of government. We measured them across eight indicators, which was women in the National Assembly, women as the Council of Provinces, so premiers, and also speakers, cabinet, national speakers. We looked at women voters, which we know are always in the majority, and then also how women are represented in the media, because all of these people have a role to play in the leadership of the country. So women now constitute 43% of our parliamentarians in the National Assembly, and this is actually a 3% point drop since 2019, where we were up to 46%. South Africa has always been quite a leader in terms of women's political participation in the SADC region, so the Southern African Development Community. South Africa has always been number 1. We have moved down to number 3 now, so we're behind Namibia and Mozambique, and we have dropped from the top 10 in the global ranking to number 22. This is partly because we've dropped, obviously, in our percentage, but it's also because other regions and other countries are seeing quite a lot of progress. So, for example, in Latin America, a lot of those countries have started to really rapidly increase women's representation, and the Mexican president is now a woman, which is quite an achievement in a machismo society like that. So if Mexico can do it, I really believe that we can do it. So the reason that I say that you know, the government of national unity is a little bit the result of the government of national unity was a result of the decrease is because one of the ways that we see, or one of the fastest ways women's representation in politics increases is by the use of quotas. So we don't have a national or a legislated or a constitutional quota in this country mandating political parties to, for instance, have equal numbers of women and men. But we do have two political parties in particular that have adopted the zebra list system and have adopted their own quotas within their parties. And because it was the ruling party, and they've always managed to have high numbers of women, both within their, within their structures and within Parliament. ANC now has more women actually in Parliament. They have 53% women, and the EFF also has more women in Parliament. So with these political parties that subscribe to this, when they lose votes, we lose numbers, because you have more of the conservative parties. So you've got the MK party, you've got the IFP, the DA, for example. None of them agree with quotas or want to apply the equality principle. So when more conservative parties, or where parties who don't comply with the principle get into power, we start to see a regression in terms of women's representation. I think most worrying would be, we've gone down 3% since, since '94, and 8 percentage points in the National Council of Provinces. We've gone up, but we see that one of the biggest drops here has been in the cabinet. Both as ministers and deputy ministers. We used to boast having 50% women in the cabinet, and now we are down to 44% as ministers, and as low down as 40% for our deputy ministers. And this was largely as a result of the negotiations that needed to take place in order to, have all of the parties of the governments of national unity represented. And in staying with sort of the trend, the ANC managed to have equal numbers of women and male ministers, but it was the other parties, the smaller parties, where there's only, for example, one, if they've only got one seat. As it goes, there's only one political party that actually has a woman leader in the country. So we don't, we see fewer women coming in. Sorry, let me move down here. We also, I think many of you are aware that our electoral system changed or was amended ahead of these elections to allow for independent candidates to stand. But the elections show that it wasn't very easy. None of the 6 independent candidates came through. Of those 6, 2 were women. And incidentally, the Khoisan princess who challenged the electoral system in court to say that it was unconstitutional because it didn't allow independents to stand, didn't make it onto the list. So someone who had fought really hard and made history in order for independent candidates to stand was not there. We know that women are the majority of voters. They have been since the 1994 elections. Women make up 55% of the voters. often people say to us, well, you know, if women are the majority of voters, then why aren't they voting for women? You know, why don't we have more women in power? And my response to that is often, well, you know, in our system, with a PR system, we vote for political parties. When there are no political parties with women at the helm, you know, you're voting for the political party that's being led by men. This also sort of flies in the face of the idea that women aren't interested in politics. Women are very interested in politics. They want to make a contribution to improving the society, and particularly at local government level. In terms, yeah, so one of the things that was really great about this elections, and it speaks to issues around violence against women, was the woman, the WEMP, that was worked on as part of the National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security, which was adopted in 2020. And that called for greater participation of women in peace and security decision-making, conflict prevention, peace building in government. So there is a mechanism around this. And the WEMP, the Women's Election Mechanism for Peace, monitored. They had about 300 monitors around the country, peace monitors, who were working, you know, with the IEC across the 5 provinces to really monitor the violence that was happening. And they recorded about 167 incidents in one particular week, and they were largely around intimidation, substance abuse among the youth. As we've heard earlier, the youth are a little bit disenchanted, I think, with democracy. And instead of registering to go vote and going out to vote, they are, participating in other activities because they really, as youth with such a high unemployment rate, sitting at 46%, they don't see themselves. So finally, before I give some recommendations, one of the other areas where we need to see improvement as well is women in the media, especially during elections. Women's representation in the media dropped by 2 percentage points since the last election. Women make up 18% of women's sources during elections, which is incredibly low. And then on top of that is the amounts of online violence that women journalists face as well. So there needs to be shifts in media in terms of how issues are covered. They didn't really cover any major of the substantive issues that we're talking about today. So we want to see more of the actual substantive gender issues being addressed. As activists, as civil society, I believe that we have a key role to play in addressing some of the barriers that continue to exist in women's representation, the deeply patriarchal belief systems that still pervade our societies. We need to hold our governments accountable. We have got an amazing policy framework. We've got fantastic laws. But how are we holding our government accountable? We need to work closely with the government in order to do this. We need to advocate with different stakeholders to change this male-dominated space that is rife with stereotypes. We need to build the capacity of communities, of individuals, so that they can also participate in decision-making processes and take control of their own development. And then finally, we need to contribute to developing and implementing further policies and laws and providing the expertise and the recommendations there to government bodies.
Thank you. Thank you, Susan. And from me, coming from academia, I will just want to add to this, that in South Africa, we have 26 universities that are public universities. But currently, we have only 23% of women that are leading universities. And something has to be done, because it doesn't mean that women are not capable. They are capable. Why are they not appointed for those positions? I'm just adding to what we have been talking about, Susan, because I think it's very important, because I am coming from academia. Thank you very much. And colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, if there are people that have questions, this is the time for questions, and I will request Dr. Serobe to come to the podium so that you'll be able to answer if there are any questions that will be directed to you. And I understand that they are roaming. Okay. There is a mic at the back. Yes, Togo, and you too. Mr. Adam, maybe they will have questions related to you and be ready to answer if there are any. Thank you. Are there any questions? How? It looks as if there are. Okay. I nearly said there are none.
Do I have to stop? Thank you very much, Prof. I'm not sure if it's a question or it's a comment, but you will decide. Let me start with the last point that you mentioned, that in universities, only 23% of women are leading. Now, my question is, we are speaking about our country that is patriarchal. As women, are we doing enough to support each other? As women, are we doing enough to support each other? That is the question that I have. And I believe that Ma'am Pumlwana, when we engage in the national dialogue, we think about that. Number two, 30 years into democracy as South Africa, but we are still singing the same song in terms of gender-based violence. And men, unfortunately, are perpetrators, research tells us. Now, my question to us as women, because I believe that as women, we are nurturers, we are builders. If there's anything that is not going right, when you involve a woman, things will go right. Maybe I may be wrong. Are we doing enough? Are we opening platforms to engage with men and find out from them why are they doing this? Yes, research informs us. We've done a little research, it's not enough. We realized that the young boy in a man, it surfaces. So these are the things that we need to tackle. Because if we look at government is not going to win the fight against gender-based violence. It's only women who are going to win that fight. Thank you.
Let me ask a question. We clearly have women in leadership, and some of them have failed us. They have failed us in a way that may result in less women taking the stand or being given the opportunity to. Now, 2 points. One is to have women in leadership, to have anyone in leadership, then do we have specific training programs that actually empowers that leadership role? Or do we expect women to rise on their own, and then with a little bit of leadership opportunity that they may shine through, it comes through, that we put them on a pedestal, and they still very much walk their journey on their own in a man's world? So, are there leadership programs, right, number one? And if not, can we do more with it? Can we raise that platform? Two is, how do we hold our women that are in leadership roles that don't serve us? And as women's groups, do we then hold them accountable? Do we step in, or do we expect others to do the job for us? Thank you.
And I don't know whether the earlier presenters will be able to address the questions that have been raised. If you will be able to, may you please come to the podium and do so. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, I don't think I have the answer to that question, but I'll you know, I don't think that women do enough to support each other. I think, unfortunately, the system is so difficult for women to get into that it's a bit of a, you know, you look after yourself and not other women. You need to get ahead, and you need to deal with the system, you know, in often, you know, ways that make you seem less of a woman. So I think that more can be done. In terms of leadership, I think I'm not sure around what structures, but I do believe that the political parties have a very, very key role to play as gatekeepers to politics. They should be promoting women. They should be having leadership positions within those parties. And then, you know, once women have got into government, then there should also be, you know, there should also be programs there. I also just want to caution us against, you know, judging our women leaders different to how we judge our male leaders. Because I think, you know, sometimes cynical people can, you know, come in and say, well, you know, what have women done? You know, men have failed us, you know, and we, you know, we need to give women a chance, and we also need to know that not all women are going to represent women's issues. We know that. So the question comes back to us: how do we get these women politicians on board and on side with us to move the agenda forward?
Maybe my response there is that our generation, remember I'm 65, we had the privilege of having some of these women stalwarts alive when we were starting. So, Mangati Meng, Mamsimang, Makuzwayo, all that lot of women who were just obsessively working hard. Betha, Babekona. And so what kept us on the nice rail was that they were alive and they were looking at you, and you could not embarrass them. You could not disappoint them because you know exactly where they came from. That was a checking point for all of us. And so the idea of bashing other women, not Mampetha Ekonendling, can't do it. because you know exactly where she comes. Oh, Mam Sali Motlana, all of those people. Oh, Mam Leia, Yonkeland. There was an unspoken instruction that you will support other women. Whether we are a verbalizer or we are not verbalizing, we could not do something else. They came from a certain school. Then came our generation. I think something fell apart upper with us now. We did not continue holding the younger ones accountable. We concentrated on making sure they are CAs, making sure they are lawyers, making sure they are passing their science, universities about the admission criteria, all of that, you are churning pipeline. We were building the pipeline. We forgot to sit them down and say, it's not about your merit now. It is about the country, and therefore, you've got an obligation to do ABC. We did not do that. And so what you do have now is a collection of women who are everywhere, who think they are there because of merit. That time, people fought for this space. People fought for everything for them to be there, and the passing of exams was lasting. So I think coming to the question about do we hold people accountable? No, we don't. And even when you see them embarrassing you now, unfortunately, the ones who are always visible are the ones in politics. So when Minister A is bumbling along there, we get embarrassed, but we don't go now and say, hey, this is our space. So yes, we don't hold each other accountable, but I think the second thing is we don't give each other enough practical support. So when I say the issue of the woman president for the country can only come from the political parties. But as women in business, we can't say it has nothing to do with us. All we want is that party system show us a woman, we will throw everything behind her to make it work. And where we get frustrated is that the political parties themselves now don't give us this woman. We just want one, not many, to support, and we will throw everything at them. But in the end, we look like we're not supportive. But the system is constraining. We need level 1, then we throw support there and make it work. But I'm agreeing that maybe we're not holding each other accountable, and where there are failures, let's face them, let's confront them, but let's build people, let's construct.
Thank you very much, and may I add this to what Sis Gloria indicated. What you said we are failing the future. And to support what you are saying, they say charity begins at home. And then if we are not doing what we are supposed to be doing at our homes, we will end up with the nature, with the nation, with the community that is disorientated. Let us go back and sing the song, Charity Begins at Home. Thank you. And thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, for everything. And then now we are moving away from your platform. Thank you.
So we're going to just have a transition, and Khomotso, the young poet from SAWID, will come up just before we do the awards. And for my part, in segmenting our way through here, in drawing parallels of the life of Feroza with the life of Albertina Sisulu, yes, my grandmother, is that she happens to have joined FETRO, where Albertina Sisulu led, and so she was obviously a very active and enthusiastic, curious, wanting to be in the space, the kind of child that say, this one is a nuisance, yabona law, but insisted and stayed and became part of the space. And so she became the youngest in Parliament and was there at the same time as Albertina Sisulu was there. So both of them, in terms of how they led, there's one born in 1918, and then there's one born in 1961. They're years apart, they're many generations apart, but one thing they did is that they chose. They made a conscious, no matter how tough it became, they stayed the course and they saw it to the end. And this is what Albertina Sisulu had to say, and which is what sums up, I believe, what the various speakers have been saying and what brought us to where we are now. She says, we are each required to walk our own road and then stop, assess what we have learned, and share it with others. It is only in this way that the next generation can learn from those who have walked before them. We can do no more than to tell our story. Then it is up to them to make of it what they will. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam Program Director. All protocols observed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. I'm going to ask our VC, Mrs. Mpulwana, Prof. Mbata, and Mr. Adam to please come to the stage. We are going to present the awards to the remarkable women of Unisa. Yes, please. Yes, please. Chancellor Sarobe. Thank you. Thank you. Just one instruction or request for the recipients. When you come to the stage, please stand in between. There is a space for you. where you can take your place once I have announced you to the community. The following award goes for transformative, in the category Transformative Leadership, goes to Professor Magano. Professor Mahano is a transformative and community service leader who advocates for the needs of not only women, but humanity. She has contributed immensely to uplifting not only the Unisa communities where Unisa is positioned, but she continues to empower everybody, even those who are not in her direct reporting line. Prof. Mahano is a nurturer and has an eye for talent. She allows her mentees to work independently while supporting them to achieve their goals. Ladies and gentlemen, Prof. Mahano. We're just going to pose for a photo. Pause for a photo. Come out of the way. Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Mahano. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, the following category is for community service. Prof. D. Byrne, I'm going to ask you to come to the stage. Prof. encourages diversity and inclusivity. Can I ask, ladies and gentlemen, can I ask that I first announce the person, let the woman walk up, and then we can ululate and celebrate her. But just let's hear what it's about. Thank you. Please try, at least. Thank you. She encourages diversity and inclusivity. She works towards empowering and enabling women's voices and is an example to other female academics. She operates from a place of courage. She has helped to improve the publication criteria to enable deserving academics to get their writing published. Further, she has helped decolonize the curriculum by ensuring that the work of South African female poets is studied as part of the honors curriculum in the Department of English. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Byrne. In the next category, ladies and gentlemen, for community service is Ms. Lindelwa Makanya. If she's here. In absentia, if you could flight it, please. In absentia, Ms. Makanya is an amazing young woman with ambition. She's brave, colorful, and talented. She currently is pursuing a qualification of her dreams and making waves in the mining space. She advocates for women in the engineering and mining space, and she's highly involved in the Palabora Mining Company, or PMC, partnership with Unisa, with the support of the COD. She's a trailblazer and has broken new ground. Her influence extends beyond her immediate roles, shaping the department for the better. Prof. Puleng, our own mother of this university, honored her event by signing an MOU with PMC earlier this year. Ladies and gentlemen, The next recipient in the same category of community service is Prof. Mojaji Sarindi. If you could please come up. Prof. Sarindi has demonstrated high level of academic achievement by constantly contributing towards social work knowledge through research and book publications. She is a mentor who ensures that her mentees strike the balance on key performance areas. Two of her mentees are doing well in research and community engagement projects. One of the mentees had completed his PhD in this year and published a paper with her. The other mentee is currently busy with her PhD and has published research papers as well. Ladies and gentlemen, Prof. Sarindi. They are interns. We're very grateful for their assistance. Thank you. It is really an honor to present to you Ms. Kiribone Tsantsa, who has been nominated and is receiving the award for significant achievement. Ms. Tsantsa's story is remarkable. A journey to becoming a certified risk management practitioner is a testament to our unwavering dedication and proactive approach to professional development. She contributed to the Institute of Risk Management South Africa in South Africa's 2024 National Risk Report as a subject matter expert on the higher education sector, which is commendable. Her insights have elevated the report's value and will position her as a leading authority in the field. Her contributions have significantly elevated the university's profile in the field of risk management in the higher education space. Ladies and gentlemen, in absentia, Ms. Kiribone Tsantsa. We're moving on to the next category, which is courage in diversity. And so I salute Professor F.J. Silinda. Is she here? All right. In absentia, Prof. Silinda exemplifies resilience, determination, and a commitment to mentoring emerging leaders. She has constantly pushed boundaries and embraced innovation, making a lasting impact on individuals and communities. Her leadership in drafting the mental health policy for Unisa displays a commitment to the well-being of the entire community. By addressing the mental health needs of students and staff, Prof. Silinda has ensured a supportive environment conducive to academic and professional success. Ladies and gentlemen, in absentia, Prof. Silinda. Also, courage in adversity, Dr. J.P. Sandhu Petla. I heard her earlier on. Dr. Sandhu Petla is dedicated to the advancement of women in her department and is a role model to all women. She's not just a COD, but a mother, a sister, and a friend to all who meet her. She protects where protection is needed. She constructively scolds when necessary, and her door is always open. Most of all, she is the image of a female warrior, ready to take up the fight for what is right and protects the vulnerable and those in need. She is an exceptional judge of character, and her integrity and honesty in what she does is something that cannot be faulted. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Sandhu Petla. I really need water for this category because it's the one with the most recipients. The next category, Prof. Oh, just a pic. Oh. You may continue. Thank you, Prof. Yeah. The next category is customer service, Batopele. So there's a number, so you'll please bear with me as I call Ms. Claudia Frattini. While Ms. Frattini has contributed to many Unisa activities with diligence, commitment, and vigor, she has outdone herself in student support activities. She goes all the way out to support students cognitively and effectively. With an innovative and caring approach, going beyond the general working hours, she has contributed to student success and gained the trust of students who are on the verge of giving up. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Claudia Frattini. Thank you. In the same category, I'd like to call on Ms. Makuka Matato to come to the stage. Ms. Matato shows humanity toward her staff and stakeholders. She goes beyond her job and cares about people's well-being. She really knows what it means to be a black woman having to forge her way through the corporate jungle. She therefore provides opportunities to her staff to strive and to improve their skills. She has touched the lives of many women in so many ways. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Matato. Thank you. The next candidate is very close to my heart. I often get emotional when I think of her. During my ill health, she's been a pillar of strength. And so, Lizzie, I'd like to call you to the fore. Ladies and gentlemen, if there were to be a customer service superhero cape, Ms. Marema would wear it. Hers, however, would be weaved with empathy, generosity, mindfulness, patience, respectfulness, and sprinkled with kindness, and a love for her job. Ms. Marema literally puts herself in the customer's shoes, understands their feelings, and genuinely cares about their experience, thus serving humanity with excellence. She would often say to me, Trude, if there's anything you need, you know I love my job. She more than often goes beyond her job description. Ms. Marema is a cornerstone of note to this university. She would support any project that especially deals with at-risk women and girls, and often volunteers to assist on these projects with me, even if it is doing admin work. It gives me a pleasure to present to you Ms. Pore Lizzie Marema. Oh, everything? No. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. In the same category of customer service, we have Ms. Yansi M. Soot. Ms. Soot is a cleaner responsible for the CHS Deanery section at Winnie Madikizela Mandela building. She is very diligent in executing her tasks. She displays a positive attitude at all times and has good interpersonal skills. Her section is always clean, Her section is always clean, and she goes the extra mile in her tasks. She communicates well with the staff members and reports when she needs attention from staff. She is an independent worker who does not need to be followed, as she is determined to complete her tasks without fail. She embraces the Unisa values of good communication skills, efficient cooperation, innovation, and displays principles of respect and Ubuntu. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Soot. Two more to go. In the same category for customer service, I'd like to call on Ms. Nokutula Litlache. Go, girl. As an office administrator, Ms. Litlache continues to be a beacon for any student navigating the Unisa learning landscape. Her calmness is contagious. As an ambassador for customer service, she is the first point of contact for our students who either walk in or call or send an email inquiry. Her warm smile, even if it's just over the phone, sets the tone for the student's entire learning experience. Tuli is a stellar customer service leader who turns a mundane interaction into a delightful one. She champions student-centeredness by being proactive in troubleshooting, de-escalating, and finding solutions that enhances our student satisfaction index. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Litlache. As I said, the list continue. I'd like to call on Ms. Malebo R. Mbalati. Halala. Mrs. Mbalati is a cleaner who has shown to be a person who is selfless. She represents the lower-level employees who are not able to voice their issues with management and other stakeholders at the university. She portrays herself as a woman who stands up for others, irrespective of the color of their skin and their rank. She has been diverse in dealing with issues that led to the cleaners to gain respect and acknowledgement by the Unisa management and the greater Unisa community. She has been a pillar of strength and motivation to her colleagues and the community at large. She is a leader and a pillar of strength and is always available to assist when needed. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Mbalati in the service of humanity. Finally, under the customer service, we have a lot of customer service, and I think it's important if our vision is to stand in, to serve humanity. So I think it's important that we zoom into this category. So the final recipient in this category goes to Mrs. Zakani Rahim. Mrs. Rahim's eagle-eyed focus catches even the tiniest imperfections, preventing potential hiccups down the line, thus enhancing customer satisfaction and ultimately safeguarding our August universities. Her advocacy not only is grounded in serving humanity, but also ensuring that through her heart and handwork, she can show other women how to change the industry of steel into an industry that welcomes those of us in heels. Her advocacy extends to shifting the organizational culture and ensuring that more women serve on certain committees so that they are exposed by learning more about the language, industry practices, and nuances of the construction industry. In this way, the old boys' clubs are unsettled and even decommissioned. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, the recipient of this prestigious award not only wears the battle scars of being a woman, but she echoes the story of advocacy. It gives me great pleasure to announce to you the winner of the Feroza Adam Award for Advocacy and Promotion of Women's Rights, Mrs. Nangamso Mahopa. I'm going to also ask that Mr. Feresani Sibeko comes to the fore. He is the ED for Facilities Management, where Ms. Mahopa resides. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, our distinguished guests. Congratulations. Congratulations to all our recipients. You are all deserving of your award. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Hello. Picture, please.
Photographer.
Picture, please.
No.
Okay.
All right. We're done. Alala Nangamso, alala. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Is this my work?
I'm helping the women practice to become women presidents. They must wait for the protocol officer to say, you may descend the stage and ascend the stage. Okay, thank you.
Yes, the access that are going to be given Sorry, Trudy, don't go away so that you'll do it now. Yeah.
I want to feature a program like after the fact. Is Khomotso here? Khomotso, the poet, I'd called her. Is she here? No. Okay. No, please come, Truth. Come through, and then you do your bit. If not, and then after that, it's Dr. Sisayele for the vote of thanks, and then, and finally, Kining Baba Tawopel. Little Opel, just now, is a chance and manage. So, do you, Trudy?
Thank you, Program Director. Because of our time, I actually was going to do the poem first. So it's called, and it's almost like the speakers were sitting with me when I did the poem, or wrote the poem. It's called The Warriors Who Have Gone Before Us. As I step into this world, the horizon before me appears daunting and unattainable. My head drops to the floor and my shoulders are heavy. I open my eyes and notice deep sunken footprints leading the way. I cautiously try and fit my tiny foot into those humongous imprints. Each step, a delicate dance, while trying literally to fit my feet into the molds left in the sands of my life. It's a struggle. I paused. Then I realized these footprints are big enough for me to comfortably step into. What a relief. I joyfully hop into each one while chasing the sun on the stretched out horizon right in front of me. As I look across the vast landscape, I notice signposts directing me closer to my dream. I stop. Suddenly, each footprint seems familiar. I steady my feet to stand on the shoulders of those giants who went before me. In humility, I bow my head, remembering you. You blazed each trial for me. You mapped the way so I could navigate the twists and turns that life throws at me. You left these footprints so I could track the hope of your legacy. Your sacrifices enabled our freedom, our liberation, and her stories. Thank you to you and all the warrior women who went before me, who went before us. We salute you. I thank you.
Because the entertainment is going to be so colorful, we just want Dr. Sayel to come, and so that we can close nicely, graciously, and just put a full stop. Okay. Come, Dr. Sayel, danke. Now I will jump in no Prof. Thank you.
Igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe 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 malibongwe. Can you just stand up and celebrate? It's a celebration. Khosikazi malibongwe igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe 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 malibongwe. Wathinda abafazi, wathinda imbokodo. Thank you very much for coming. We have now come to the end of the program. My job is to do the vote of thanks. We would like to thank our Vice Principal, the First Lady, the first powerful female to lead us in the history of the university. She has reminded us that we are having this day today because we are celebrating powerful women who walked the road before us. She also reminded us that these women were brave. It doesn't mean that there was no danger that they were faced with. There was danger, but because they were focused, because they had determination, they were able to go through all those struggles. So today we are celebrating the freedom that we have. Today we have rights as females. So let us clap hands for that, colleagues. Also, I would like to thank Ms. Nontsikelelo Sisulu and Ms. Sophie Mabaso. They've been on the driving seat. Everything went well because of them. We also want to thank Metoko Mpulwana. She reminded us that it is not yet Uhuru. We still have to continue with the dialogues. There is a dialogue that will be coming soon, so please attend, come. We would like to hear your voice, ladies. We'd like to thank Mr. Adam Wahid for telling us the story of Feroza. Through you, we now know who Feroza was. We've been reading about her. Now it's like we know this big sister of ours. We thank you very much for that. We also want to thank you for telling us that she was a young lady who had values. At 17, she was very brave to fight against the government of the time. She was hunted, but that did not make her to hide. She fought for these rights that we are celebrating today. Thank you very much for that. We also want to thank Dr. Seroto, who reminded us about why are we having the government of national unity today. She also reminded us that let us not panic. It is okay that we are in this state that we are in. But she also reminded us that as women, we need to continue having the dialogues so that we make the country better, a better place for everyone. We also want to thank Ms. Ayanda Mveli, who reminded us that we are still far with the rights that we are celebrating. 1 out of 10 women is still living in poverty. Women are still experiencing gender-based violence. So we still have to do a lot. The SDGs, we are not meeting them as a country. It's not only South Africa. Most of the countries are still struggling to meet those the SDG goals. We also want to thank Ms. Susan Tomley, who reminded us that South Africa used to be in the top 10 because they were observing or they included women in the parliament and in the structures of power. But today we're in number 23. And this also is one of the reasons that is making us to have the dialogues. We also want to thank all the participants that won the awards today. It is through this hard work that you are doing, ladies, that we're able to get the awards today. We also want to thank all the people who came here today because we had other functions or activities which you were supposed to do, but you saw it fit to come and support us. We also want to thank the gentlemen who are in this room with us today to celebrate Women's Day. We also want to thank the Department of Printing in Unisa for doing these nice certificates and the programs for free of charge. We thank you, all of you. Now we are going to call all our guest speakers so that they can come and get their awards. Vice Principal, I ask you to come to the stage. Vice Chancellor, sorry. Mayor Togo, can you please come to the stage? Mr. Adam, can you please come? Dr. Seroto, can you please join us? Ms. Sisulu? Okay. Okay. Miss Ayanda Mveli, can you please come? Miss Susan Tomley, can you join us? Okay, we'll take one person at a time so that they can take a picture with our face.
This one, Ma'am Togo cannot because she's the giver of this one.
Ma'am Togo, can you please join us? But the cameramen are doing the job for us. The photographer is there. Yeah. Yeah. The photographer doing the job. So who's next? Asishayeni izandla, asihlabeleni, asihlabeleni. Igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe.